Board President Jose Lopez. He'll be joining us shortly, right? Board Clerk Maria Cuevas.
Present.
Board Member Araceli Flores.
Present.
Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Present.
Board Member Celeste Daniel. Thank you.
All right, welcome guests. Celeste, can you please start us with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving on to item 5, approval of agenda. I would like to request to table item 13.6. Is that like a motion or second? I don't know how that works.
So do you want to explain why we're,
Okay,
why
yes.
the request for tabling?
So I feel like I needed to go over it a little longer for the newly revised and possibly request the new AD to join us during the presentation for the next board meeting,
Okay,
if she would be willing to do that. Just in case we have questions too. Okay, so then we'll.
so
motion.
June 11th?
June 11th, perfect. That'll be enough time,
Now,
right?
is it advisable to whatever questions we have, maybe to send them your way so Marjorie or the AD can review them?
It would be appreciated because Margie is the interim and this document was written over the course of the year with with Grant.
Okay,
So we can have her here and I think Jer and or Miguel Ocampo will be here because they were involved with the redrafting of it.
Okay,
Do we take a vote on it or?
yeah.
okay, so motion passes or
Motion,
Okay.
a second, all in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
She motioned, Celeste second.
All right, item 6.1, consideration to approve the minutes of the regular Board of Education meeting held May 11th, 2021.
So moved, Ayon?
Second, Flores?
Okay,
We need to go back and approve tonight's agenda
oh,
with the other items.
okay, I apologize.
No,
So we're gonna approve the agenda with, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, maybe I should read over this. We're gonna approve the agenda item 5 with, how would I,
with item 13.6 tabled for
Okay.
the June 11th board meeting.
perfect, with item 13.6 tabled, and we will continue that for the June 11th regular board meeting. Do I get a?
So moved.
Okay,
All in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then we're moving to item 6, consideration to approve the minutes of the regular Board of Education meeting held May 11th, 2021.
So moved, Ayon?
Second, Araceli?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. So now, moving on to closed session topics. Item 7.1, student discipline and other confidential student matters, education section, education code section 35146, 48900, and 48912, student number 2020/21-A. And item 7.2, public employee discipline/dismissal/release, government code section 54957. Item 7.3, conference with labor negotiators, government code section 54957.6. So I read after. Agency designated representatives Yvette M. Irving and James Drake regarding One Gonzales Teacher Association GTA. Item 7.4, public employee appointment / employee. Government Code Section 54957. Do I get a motion?
Uh,
Oh, do we have any comments? Thank you for that.
Public comments at closed
Public
session?
comments. No public comments? And
So,
do you guys have any questions or comments right now?
return to closed session.
Okay, so then we will join to closed session at 5:25 PM.
And let the record show the board member.
Oh,
Lopez
yes,
has left.
record show board member present joined us at 5:25 PM.
So you will want to, for the record, state that the board will be returning to closed session items.
People can probably sit right there.
They're on.
Sorry, I'm off.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome. At this time, we're gonna continue with our closed session after our regular board meeting. We didn't get to all the closed session items. Moving on to December.
You have to,
Yes. Public comment. Public comments at this time, members of the public may address the board on any topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board. For public comments on items on the agenda, the board may not discuss or take action.
we will need you to report out on the action taken on the expulsion.
Yes, I'm sorry. Going back to 7.1, the board voted to accept the administration's recommendation to 4-0 on item 7.1.
With one abstention.
With one abstention, on item 7.2, the board voted to approve the separation.
Wait. No. That's all for now.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay.
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 Sorry.
Okay, it's okay with that.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So 7.1, the board accepted the administration's recommendation to do a
That's who's in there.
suspended expulsion with the following requirements: to get an SSP assessment, to continue to collaborate with Country Center, increase the hours of community service, continue to get the mom's involvement in participation of the programs with Country Center. He's also required to be enrolled in a summer program there at the school district. He's also going to continue to have continue to monitor County Girl health assessment. Continue to have good attendance at school here. We have 25 additional recommendations of we an automatic promotion. Any further? So, followed by, so the roll call for that vote was 4 to and 1 extension.
No.
And then the rest of the items are gonna-
And the rest of the items are going to continue at the limit of 4 minutes to the members of the session. Okay, moving on to public comments. Public comments. At this time, members of the public will address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board. The public comment items not on the agenda, the board may not discuss or take action during this meeting. Comments from the public shall be limited to 3 minutes on any topic. The board may limit the total time of public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item with a particular item. So do we have any questions? And we do have a translator available for any of the public. And we have no public comment. Trustee, testing 1. Okay. We good? Okay, perfect. So moving on to item number 12, communications. Gonzales Teachers Association, GTA report, Mr. Cuevas.
Good evening, members of the GUSD Governing Board and all in attendance. As one of the honors we get to do at the end of every year is look at applications for our GTA annual scholarship. We get to read about the future plans that our amazing Spartans have designed for themselves. This year, we were able to offer $2,000 worth of scholarships to 4 impressive recipients. Having the opportunity to see our students go through our schools as they prepare for the post-secondary careers is definitely one of the benefits of being in education. We had our general membership meeting this afternoon, and one of the more concerning items that come up was the amount of combination classes that are in line for next year, and if that's truly what's best for students. We look forward to continued collaboration with our site and district admin to advocate what is best for the learning environment. We want to make sure that what's best for student is actually practiced and not a term used to sway decisions. We want to make sure that teacher voice is valued and amplified and respected. We are not sure why the union reports were alternated every other meeting. We all have an equal voice as stakeholders, do we not? At a recent staff meeting at one of our sites where our staff felt several comments were out of line and unprofessional. And speaking with the superintendent the day after, I acknowledged the effort put in by the superintendent and site admin to make sure that our COVID guidelines are adhered to. As our elections for next year's GTA e-board are about to begin, I want to thank our outgoing e-board members for the work they put in during a year that I hope we never have to experience again. And I especially want to thank our negotiators, Mr. Jacob Jun, Ms. Danielle Case, and Ms. Sita Ayala for the time spent advocating for our classrooms and for teacher rights. I want to make my email available, fcuevas@gonzales.k12.ca.us for any members of the community. I'm open to meeting as soon as we have time available to listen and or discuss any possible solutions on how we can all best serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas.
May I
Go ahead.
extend an invitation? Mr. Cueva, so the district is transitioning to a new website and we purposely built in a page dedicated to GTA. I think the community would love to see your scholarship recipient on that GTA page and that write-up that you've had the opportunity to read that the rest of us haven't and would look forward to.
Excellent.
Okay.
Who would I email that to or forward it to?
So if you can email it to Sophia, she'll get it loaded up via technology, but then we will, if you designate a contact person, we'll walk them through how they can load things onto the GTA webpage.
Got it.
Okay?
We'll make that available once the recipients are shared out with the rest of the sites.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas. Item 12.2, Gonzales Youth Commissioners Report. No? Okay.
They may be attending virtually.
Oh, are they virtually? Okay, great. Are you there? Magali,
Yes, can you hear me? Sorry, I wasn't unmuted yet. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Good evening, Superintendent and board members. As we close off the year and our term as Youth Commissioner reaches the end, we are starting the process of nominating new Youth Commissioners, as well as wrapping up our year and evaluating our experience as Youth Commissioners. We'd like to thank the board members, as well as the superintendent, for your overpouring support throughout the year as Youth Commissioners through a virtual setting. And we'd also like to thank everyone who supported on our collaboration with the student board members. We appreciated your support in this ongoing collaboration to help our peers, meaning the seniors. So that's everything that we have to report, I believe, but we just wanted to show our gratitude towards everyone that has supported us throughout our term in this hard year that it through like a virtual setting and everything with COVID. So thank you.
thank you, Magali. Okay, moving on to 12.3, Student Board Member. Lisa, welcome. Mhm.
So let me check back with, with county health and see how far we can expand the rule. If in fact you can ensure that there's 3 feet of distance between you, you can have your mask off. And I say that so the community understands that the district has invested in rapid COVID tests to make sure that those students who do not have the opportunity to be tested or who have not yet had the vaccination can in fact take the test the day of the prom and be able to attend pending no positive cases. So we will work on that. So the students and the chaperones are going to dance. There won't be close dances. There won't be any slow dances, but I expect to see everybody out on the dance floor.
Thank you.
Okay.
12.4, La Gloria Elementary School report.
Oops.
I'm just getting
Oh.
some feedback that people can't hear on the Zoom, so I want to make sure that everybody has their mic on.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay,
See if that
great.
works.
So we're gonna go ahead to move item 12.4, La Gloria Elementary School report.
We have Mr. Demick.
Oh, thanks for having me, and this is so great to be back, and
Yeah.
this is amazing. I'm used to seeing everybody in their kitchens or their living rooms. This is great. So we have a little slideshow to show you of what's been going on for about since the last time we presented about a month ago. So I think we have that queued up, ready to go.
So for the community that's listening, that silence is actual genuine silence. We're waiting for the PowerPoint to load.
Yeah, well, I can narrate. This shows you we've had Hawaiian Day and Sports Day, Superhero Day. Here's some kids that are in their superhero outfits on Zoom, keeping the spirit going. There's Hawaiian Day with Chetty in the middle there, having a great time on campus and some learning that's taking place. And we had a couple presenters that came back. They went to school in Gonzales and they came back and presented, and they're getting their doctoral from a couple of different colleges. And there's a little piñata, and that was to celebrate one of the days. And let's see here. Oh, this is the back to staff barbecue that we had. And we had classified. We had a great classified week. And Unleash Your Talent for PBS rewards. We had staff participating in that, and we've updated our webpage. And also, we've just had great cafecitos with professional development at each one this year. And TK registration is happening and parent meetings. We've been growing our programs and proud to really announce that we're going to have 2 DLI classrooms this year at the kindergarten level. We had about 46 kids sign up so far. And to talk a little bit about that, we have a special guest in the DLI first grade program. Sammy, do you want to come on up with your mom? Okay, we'll put your mask down there. There you go.
Camera. so we can see
And
him.
he's, oh, yeah, what are we doing?
Or get him on
Over
the,
here.
Oh, where
but
do you
the
want it?
public can't see him.
That way, maybe
Oh,
you
in
can
front.
stand in front of the camera.
Okay.
On this side.
Camera's right there.
On this side?
Yeah.
This the lado?
He gets to
Oh,
face
there
the
you are.
camera.
Good.
Perfect. Perfect.
Perfect.
Hi.
He's got a little to tell you about the DLI program. He's been in it for 2 seconds now.
Oh, Tomas, just turn around so they can see you. The camera is behind you.
There you
There you
go.
go.
There we
Oh,
Say hi to
go.
everybody.
There you go. So now everybody can see you. Great.
Good evening, my name is Sam Lorenzo Aguilar. I like the program. I did not know English, but now I can read, write in English and in Spanish. It is a fabulous program for us. Thank you.
En español, si lo quieres decir, por favor.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Samuel Lorenzo Aguilar. A mí me gusta el programa de inversión doble. No sabía en inglés, pero ahora puedo leer y escribir en inglés y en español. Es un programa fabuloso para nosotros. Gracias.
Gracias.
Qué bueno. Bravo. Bravo. Bravo.
Ok. Sí, excepto como dice mi hijo, es un programa fabuloso porque él no sabía nada de inglés. Ahora sabe los 2 idiomas y yo estoy muy orgullosa y me encanta este programa y los motivo a los padres a que involucren a sus niños en ese programa porque es fabuloso.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas
Gracias,
gracias.
señora.
And so we're really happy that we're going to have 2 classes at kindergarten, as well as, the kids taking off in TK as well. And we're growing it to 2nd grade. And so we're expanding, which is great. And thanks to the DLI committee, everybody served on that, and the teachers at the school have helped with that. And we're just ready to take that to the next level. So end on that positive note for this year.
Wonderful.
Bring back some more next year for you to listen to.
That was
Great.
great. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Great. Moving on to 12.5 Gonzales Community Health Workers presentation.
So Gonzales Unified has yet another partnership to celebrate. You will recognize 2 of our moms from the community who are working with the city to help improve overall health, not only for our parents, but also the children, our students in the district. So I am going to ask Maria Guillermina to come up and introduce their 3rd colleague while we get their PowerPoint up. Ms. Flores, who's taking the lead?
Good evening. How's everyone doing? So good evening. My name is Jose Chavez. I'm here with my coworkers. And we are community health workers here in the city of Gonzales. We're also part of the Gonzales Care Program and the VITA project of the Monterey County. Our main goal is to support all aspects of COVID-19, including testing, prevention, quarantine, financial support, anything that has to do with COVID-19, we are here to help. Like I said it before, we are also part of the VITA project of the Monterey County. They're the ones that funded it. And they're in a partnership with the Community Foundation of the Monterey County, which initiated in 2021. Right here in Gonzales, we have 6 community health workers, also known as CHWs. Some of our progress so far, as of 5/17, we've had 72% of eligible individuals that have received the vaccine. I talked to my boss early this morning, and actually that number's moved up to 74. So we're getting up there. CHWs have supported with more than 1,500 people in getting vaccinated. And when we talk monthly, we are reaching over 7,000 members, whether it's through phone calls, information distribution, and personal outreach. I know that number may seem a little high, but just keep in mind that we're also helping people from different communities, Chular, Seaside, Soledad, Greenfield, even Salinas. So that's why those numbers. We continue to assist our local pharmacy with registration and scheduling. Last week, we started with giving the Pfizer vaccine to those that are 12 years and older. And we're still continuing doing that every day from 12 to 5:30 at our local pharmacy. And all the pictures you guys see is so our community health workers. Oh, am I supposed to move it? Sorry. I'm already like halfway done.
Slide 5.
You want to just skip?
Slide 5, yeah.
Slide 5.
That one, yes. Thank you. So we also assist with food distribution and quarantine food boxes for those in isolation. And we distribute flyers, whether it's door to door, at the pharmacy, at food distribution. We take any opportunity to distribute that information to our community members. We can also assist individuals on what to do when someone tests positive for COVID-19 and can support them during that isolation period. And if they qualify, we can support with financial assistance, paying their rent, utilities. And we are in the process of helping to get, giving people tests here locally. We've already been certified by the state. We've been trained and everything. We're just waiting on them to give us a green light and we'll start testing here locally. Some of our resources, some phone numbers of some of our community health workers, and our lead, which is Carmen Gill, our director, if you guys have any questions regarding the program. I want to thank you for your time, and is there any questions?
Well, thank you for all this important work for our community. Any questions from board members?
No, just appreciation. We see you guys, I see you guys out there at the pharmacy, at the church. So thank you for the commitment to getting our community members vaccinated and for the work it takes. It's a lot of footwork.
Yes.
A lot of homework, a lot of phone calls as well. I know many of people that you have helped by outreaching to get them vaccinated. People didn't know that they were eligible yet and going to get them vaccinated. So I greatly appreciate what you're doing for everybody in the community. And now to know that you're extending it to the youth in our community is great.
I have a question. Thank you. So you've started distributing vaccines to anybody 12 years and older at the Gonzales pharmacy or where?
Yes, the Pfizer, yes.
And what is the process to sign up for that? Do you just show up?
So yes,
call a number?
you could show up, or we also have a website, vaccinefinder.org, and you can register there. One thing, a really key point, that we won't vaccinate, or the pharmacy won't vaccinate anyone without a parent or legal guardian present. They can't leave them with an older brother, even if they're overage. It has to be a parent or legal guardian for them to get vaccinated.
What are your requirements? Just the name and that's it?
Yes, maybe a school ID, anything that shows their age, and then the parent being present.
And for an adult, just their name, they just show up?
Yes, we have the Moderna available too for those that are 21 and over.
Okay.
So if they don't want the Pfizer.
So as a reminder to the board, they are also helping us distribute information in regards to the district vaccination clinic that is being convened at GHS High School this Saturday for any student age 12 and over. And we currently have approximately 140 students registered.
So if I was a parent with a kid that was 12, I would just go on vaccinefinder.org and register?
Yes, and just go to the pharmacy where they're every day from 12 to 5:30.
Great, thank you. So it's a walk-in or
Yeah.
you can do what, you have to register before, right? So it's not walk-in?
It's not necessary, but the pharmacy prefers it, but it's not necessary.
Oh, okay, great, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We very much. Just we have Ms. Rico who says they need an ID, both adults and 12-year-olds and older need an ID.
Para los que no me conocen, mi nombre es María Flores y solo quería hacer un comentario de este programa por parte de la ciudad. Comenzó en noviembre, antes que otras ciudades. Y creo que eso nos ayudó a tener el alcance con la comunidad y la conexión con la comunidad, porque queríamos estar seguros que la comunidad que era más vulnerable, que no entiende el inglés estábamos apoyando en los recursos que ellos necesitaran. Y el mensaje más importante era que no estaban solos, que la ciudad, que nosotros como comunidad estábamos ahí y estamos ahí. Y creo que el mensaje ahorita es la colaboración con el distrito para conectar con las personas que no se han vacunado y con los estudiantes que ya califican para la vacuna. Invitar a la comunidad para que participe y también hacer la colaboración con todos ustedes para el apoyo que ustedes necesiten. Aquí estamos para ustedes.
Do we need to translate that in English for the translator?
It's for the virtual audience.
No, más repítame a mí lo que. ¿Cómo se llama usted? Okay, that was Maria Flores. And she said they got involved in this program since November because there were too many monolingual people who were not aware of what was going on. And they wanted to spread the information and have everybody participate. They started doing this and working. Now they're working with people who are over 12, children who are over 12, so that they can also get registered. Dice que empezaron en noviembre para las personas que no hablaban español, inglés, perdón, ¿qué más? ¿Ninguna otra cosa?
Y el mensaje más importante que estamos aquí para que la comunidad sepa que
And the most important thing is for you to know that we're here to provide you information or help you with whatever you need.
cualquier recurso que necesiten.
Any resources that you want to be aware of, just let us know.
Yo nada más quiero darles las gracias por darnos la oportunidad de venir a presentar y poder hacer un equipo juntos como distrito y como trabajadores comunitarios para poder sacar este proyecto adelante y tener vamos a decir, una comunicación sobre los recursos que hay para la comunidad y trabajar en conjunto.
I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come here and make this presentation. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for the school district and for us to work together in order to provide the information that is needed.
Gracias por ayudar a nuestra comunidad. Sé de que son voluntarias en este trabajo y este trabajo especial para nuestra comunidad, especialmente la comunidad que son en inglés, que es mayor de edad, que es de capacitación. Es un servicio muy
Valioso.
y por eso
Thank you. Thank you.
¿Va a ser en English?
The translator can.
You want to repeat that in English?
Yes.
I know. that's
She
what I said.
doesn't
You
have to
wanna
keep track
repeat.
of that.
I would like to give my thanks to the folks presenting.
Cesar, you need to speak into the mic.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
They're saying they can't hear.
Yeah, I would like to give my thanks to the folks that are presenting here, giving a valuable service to our community. And I know that they're volunteers and they began early. This service is vital to people that are maybe, they don't speak English, maybe they don't have transportation, they don't have the resources to find out what services are out there to help them, especially with COVID and the challenges that come from that. Because of that, I want to thank you for your involvement and for volunteering.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So we're moving on to item 12.6, Superintendent's Report.
Good evening. as Sophia is pulling up my superintendent's report for today, I want to start with, if we can go back to that, there we go. I want to start with the first slide and remind everybody that we have a farm at GHS.
we do.
And last week, myself, as well as the FFA teachers and MOT, went out not only to check on the animals, one of which you see in front of you, but also the facilities and some needed improvements. As Sophia transitions to the kudos for this evening, you will see that my first kudo actually goes out to Ms. Dawkins, Mr. Morasca, and Ms. Birmingham. And what you see there is a photograph of my laptop from a Zoom meeting that we had convened to talk about next steps in returning our animals to the farm and the accompanying activities for our FFA students. I want to point out that Mr. Soriano is really getting into the spirit of FFA. You see his new hat, which he hopes to be wearing to the fairs this fall. As we continue, my next kudo goes out to the first of 3 families that we have photos of that are attended our reclassification ceremony. So the GHS representative that participated in reclassification this past week was Alexis Moreno. And you will see 2 of our board members there, our board president, our board clerk, as well as Mr. Soriano. This took place last Monday night. The second kudo specific to our reclassification celebration goes out to Camila Calderon Mancera, who is the La Gloria representative. Attending that evening were both Mr. Demick as well as Ms. Dietrich. You'll see them there, and the family of Camila. Continuing, our FMS representative is Andrea de Leon Amador. And I need to point out Ms. Carol Lagan was present representing Fairview and did a phenomenal job making her introductory remarks and comments in Spanish. And so another true indication of the value of bi and multiliteracy within our district when our students are learning multiple language and our staff are as well. And one other kudo. We, myself and staff, as well as I believe a board member Daniel was there, had the opportunity to attend the CTE Student of the Year event. Our nominee this year is Martín Amaraz Valdez. Martín actually is a student from Mr. Jacob June's class and was studying computer science. We want to celebrate Martín. He's placed on our GUSD website, and it's a very exciting celebration for the district to recognize yet another student who is achieving our CTE in our CTE pathways. Transitioning this evening is our second to last COVID update. And I take great pleasure in saying that because you will see that this chart has grown exponentially since last fall. The reason that it is the second to last is because there will only be one board meeting, June 11th, before the state of California returns to our hopefully pre-COVID conditions. What that means is that there will be a rescinding of the current requirements regarding physical distancing. There is additional information coming out on masks. But while it is a time of celebration, it also remains a time of concern because Monterey County, as of today, and Tuesday are when the metrics come out, still has not progressed to the yellow tier. That's concerning only because we have now been in the orange tier for more than 6 weeks. We had gained some momentum when we transitioned from purple to red to orange, but seem to be a little bit stagnant. We have minimal regression, but we still have not overcome that last obstacle in terms of being as healthy as we can as a county. The next slide is also a clarification on my part. I was very fortunate today to meet with not only Mr. Soriano, but parents who are participating on the GHS graduation committee. And they had asked some clarifying questions that were very relevant and valid. And I wanted to make sure that the community had a live link to the information that the high school is guided by regarding graduation. There have been questions regarding our limiting students to 4 guests. There are questions as to why we're having 2 graduations. All of those guidelines at Gonzales High School are to correspond with the guidelines that we've been given from the state of California. And there was even a public comment made earlier this month regarding our requirement of a COVID negative test or proof of COVID vaccination. That was not something that myself as superintendent or the board or any employee implemented unilaterally. You will see that the document provided to the district contains specific directions for the orange tier. And the third, I believe it's the 3rd bullet on that language to the right of the slide talks about we are able to increase the capacity, which we did by adding 4 members per graduate, if in fact we asked for vaccination or a proof of negative testing. So the live link, the title up above is a live link. So parents and community members, students who would like more information can double click there and you will see the same information that was sent to the district. In the last transition, at the end of our last board meeting, Board Member Ayon had asked for an update on staffing for the high school. And I clarified that request because staffing is interdependent on other areas of any school setting. The example that you see up in front of you is that all staffing emanates with our students. Who we hire, how many we hire, are dependent on students and the classes that the school needs to offer those students. That is interdependent then on student grades. So the grades that students achieve, or the grades that show that students need to repeat a class or need additional help, then determine what the class offerings are on the master schedule. The master schedule, depending on how many sections or classes are needed in each of our content areas and CTE areas, determine how and who staffs at the high school. So as Sophia transitions to the next slide, right now we have students that are not on track for graduation as of fall 2021. These are the number of students that will be coming back in August who are already in need of credits. Everyone needs to understand that these numbers will change because we still have students that are completing our GPA 4.0 on Saturdays. We have students that have registered for summer school and will be participating in summer school. And we also have students that are participating in our online program, or APEX. When we continue, though, one of the considerations in terms of that staffing that we are looking at for the fall master schedule, if we can continue, Sophia, is dependent, as I've stated before, on students who are passing classes with a grade C or better. That's not an arbitrary designation. That is a requirement of the university that our district is preparing students for. I have summarized, as we continue, the Mark 7 grades. So these are not semester grades. These are grades that our students and our families know as progress report grades. These grades were reviewed with GHS administration, the school counselors, and the academic coach on May 17th. And I've summarized, based on those progress report grades, the additional sections that will need to be added to the master schedule for fall of 2021 at this time. So you'll see a summary for language arts, math, social studies, and science, which we call our core classes. We also have some students that will need to make up their PE units, as well as VAPA, which is Visual and Performing Arts, and CTE. So when we're talking about where students are or where staff is assigned, the district is also guided by our GTA contract. And what you see in front of you is available on the website. It has language that talks about all teachers receiving notice of where they will be next year, where they will be placed before the end of this school year. And it also talks about the fact that teachers can be assigned to areas that they have credentials in. So circling back around to Mr. Ayon's question, our staffing right now is shifting based on the master schedule development. We will be offering extra sections, starting with the core areas based on student need, but it is a soft number, as I said, because we have put in at least 3 intervention programs, which we're hoping will offset the need for these extra sections. I'm going to give just one more example. You will see that on my summary, there was an additional section needed of PE. A student who attends summer school for the 4 hours a day for the 6-week period actually can complete that section. The number of instructional minutes during summer school will allow them to complete the 5 units of a semester class that they did not receive a passing grade in. And I believe the next slide is, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Ayon?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just going over the slides, and I'm sure the most important slide here is, at least to me, I think, is the credit deficiency slide. So 42% of our 10th graders are credit deficient.
Correct.
I'm just doing percentages so that helps me too. 68% of juniors are credit deficient. And so credit deficient, that means that they got an F, or
Yes.
does it mean that they got a D? Because a D gives you full credit.
The D gives you full credit for the GUSD graduation plan. It does not give you full credit for college admittance, nor does it give the school credit for the college and career readiness indicator that were evaluated by the state. And the F grade, in fact, is where we've been focused, because an F grade does not give credits. And we, at the progress report, and I keep repeating that because progress report grades are not the permanent grade of record. On our progress report grades, we have approximately 1,300 Fs.
But not 1,300 students. I mean, that a kid can have 6 Fs, 6 classes.
Correct, but
Yeah.
we have over 300 students who are in that situation
In the district, or is that in the high school?
at the high school.
Okay.
This is
so-
not
so
Fairview.
300 out of 800.
Correct. Correct. It's
Yeah.
approximately a third of our students.
Yeah. So again, these are kids that have either an F or a D.
The
That's why
majority may have both.
Yeah, and because 68% is very high. Obviously it's very high.
It is.
And then the seniors, 48% have an F or a D.
Mhm.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a bigger issue. I'm not sure, and I haven't really looked into it, and I think I've tried to, but I haven't found. I'm not really sure why we give kids full credit with a D. And I do know it happens because I have some kids that graduate with under a 2.0. And a D is a 1.0.
So
right?
in,
If you get 6 Ds, you got a 1.0 and you still graduate right now. So I'm not sure if that's board policy or past practice.
so it's our graduation plan. And if you listen to the recording in January, I stated to the board that our graduation plan does not align with CSU or UC requirements. And so it was not feasible to revisit the graduation plan this year, but it is the intent of school administration to revisit that next year. The other reason I want to also remind the community why the board is monitoring this is that the GHS visiting committee from WASC, they themselves went in and in the visiting committee report, they produced their own graph of the D and F list to draw attention of the staff and the community to the disproportionate amount. And so that's why I continue to meet with the high school administration, the counselors. I need to give kudos to the registrar because she also provides an enormous amount of information pulled from ARIES to the counselors and administrative team. And we're continuing to work on catching these students up. But the issue that the school has is once those students are brought up, we have to maintain all. No one else can fail while we're bringing these students up. And so it's an across the board lift.
Yeah, this has been a problem since I've been involved with the district for 10 years, as far as kids graduating with Ds, and I think it's good that we have the focus, but I think as a board maybe, or I don't know if it's on the board side, in my opinion, we need a policy that says you have a D, you need to repeat the class, right? Because we can't catch them at the end. We can't catch them once they're 2 weeks away from graduating and say, oh, by the way, you had 88 Ds in high school. Like, that's not gonna happen, right? So I think maybe we need to have a policy either, and I don't know if the board could do that, but automatic, need to retake class, need to do Apex, need to do Saturday school, need to do whatever, remediation, because we need to address this as freshmen. We get 8th graders with straight Fs, literally.
So the board itself does not make a policy of that nature. The board approves the graduation plan for the high school. And so that's where the change to align with the UC and CSUs will be made. The board also needs to be advised that that will mean that there will be an adjustment in course offerings because there has been a standard list of offerings. For example, social studies, world history, US history. The requirements at the UC and CSU level are 2 years and we require 3. So there will be a committee convened by the principal, by the administrative team, which will include parents, students, and staff. And they will bring back recommendations which bring the school into alignment with our 4-year university requirements.
And I think we need to start, in my opinion, in 6th grade. I think that's the first time kids get grades, or is that correct?
The grading professional development originally was intended to be focused on the high school. It has now been expanded to the middle school. So the grading consultant that will be coming in will be doing work with both schools to align the grading policy.
Yes, because if the kids, I would say, if you set the bar low, that's all they have to do. I mean, you ask a kid, do you want to run 1 lap or do you want to run 10? How many are you going to say 10, right? So if in 6th grade, if they get all Fs and they go to 7th grade, they get all Fs, they go to 8th grade, they get all Fs, they go to the high school, what does that teach them, right? So when they go to the high school, we got a big problem. So that's why I think we need to start addressing this as soon as we issue grades to say, grades matter. I'm sorry, but they do. And you don't perform, we're gonna do everything possible to help you perform, right? It's a big issue. Yeah.
Well, so let me start with appreciating the acknowledgement that this has been a long time issue.
Yeah.
Because part of what we got dinged on as a district was that we hadn't paid attention when it had been brought forward in previous WASC visiting committee reports. The second thing is, this is not only a conversation that pertains to students. This is also a conversation that pertains to adults. If in fact we continue to unilaterally talk about kids and the bar and whether or not they were reaching the bar, our district would go under control of the CDE for the failure rate. Because we are assessed with different tools, one to see the student growth, but also to see the district's effectiveness in educating students. And so that's why the district is investing in professional development, also to support teachers in their alignment of grading policies. Because literally within our department, we can offer the same course with two different teachers, but they could have two different grading policies resulting in two different grades. And I see Alize shaking her head. So we have to address the entire system, the student piece, the staff piece, and most importantly, the alignment piece. And specific to WASC, step one is demonstrating exactly what you just did, Cesar, is that the board is monitoring, they are paying attention to this, they're providing questions, they're providing potential solutions. Because my understanding from the written history is that the district did not take active direct involvement the previous times that the WASC committee had been here. And so we will continue to update the board. We're continuing to work with the high school, and the community and the board needs to be aware this is not going to be fixed in the 4 months before WASC comes. But WASC, in fact, wants to see evidence that we are trying to address the issue and repair the issue. And that's what we have been able to do thus far.
Yeah, and just last statement, I'm sure my colleagues are tired, but and grades are important, but knowledge is better. You know, I was subbing for like 10 years, and did you guys know, I didn't know this, they start working on division in second grade. Division, long division, right? Second grade. Well, guess what? I'm subbing in 8th grade. What are they working on? Long division. I'm like, you've been doing it for 5 years, right? So there's a gap. There's a big gap. And you know, we have Celeste here who's a teacher, and she knows more about this. But you know, in the classroom, you have milestones, right? At the end of this classroom, in college they do that, and maybe some of the classes here are saying, hey, you know, at the end of this classroom, you're gonna know all of this stuff. All of this stuff, you're gonna know this, and that, right? I mean, the grade's the icing on the cake, but really, if you don't know this and you got an A, I'm sorry, that's
Right, but
not very useful.
That sheet is a syllabus that
Yeah.
is created by the teacher and basically becomes a contract between the teacher and the student. It is exactly what you said, that if that's taught and not learned, then the student receives a grade that's representative of that. Where the district and the school, what the district and the school can't defend is we have 60 to 80% of students in isolated classes who are failing. And the system, meaning the monitoring system for us as a district, questions what we're doing when we have 60 to 80% of an entire class fail. That's where it becomes a harder explanation that I taught it, but they didn't learn it. We are responsible for making sure that the manner in which we teach is accessible to the students that we are responsible for educating.
And as the board, I think we're responsible to provide resources, right?
That's correct.
Resources for all teachers and
Correct.
staff to help them, to say, hey, maybe I need some more extra help with these 5 kids or 6 kids or whatever, right? Because 5 or 6 kids can make a big difference in a classroom, let me tell you.
And that's going to be a very good segue to the expanded learning grant presentation that the board is going to be receiving, because the monies that are coming in with the expanded learning grant have to be used specifically to address learning loss, accelerate student learning. And those are the monies that fortunately are helping us support the summer school program, our GPA 4.0. I believe that we still have an after-school hub at GHS. So our Director of Educational Services, Yolanda Barba, will be talking about that this evening.
Thank you. Do we have any other?
Yes. So speaking about the resources, what interventions will be put into that fall, the master schedule for, because we have 7
ELA classes that need to be made up, 8 math courses. Do we have the staff to have that based on their current schedules? If we have to make up 8 sections of math, 7 sections of ELA, the current staff, would they be able to accommodate this?
Well, it goes back to our building a master schedule based on need. So what we may end up having to do is when vacancies occur, we may need to hire staff specific to a content area versus replacing the position that a staff member may have held.
Because if we have 8 courses, you know, that's a full-time teacher.
That's correct.
You know, science, that's 10, that's
Right.
two teachers. So that's why I'm
Correct.
just saying if we're going to be opening up those to have the class sizes to accommodate the students to make up, will we have any intervention support during the master schedule, such as like math lab or science, you know, like a tutorial session that would help getting the students back on track? Because now we're talking about a learning loss of, you know, over a year. So providing intervention within the master schedule, unfortunately, that would take the place of an elective. However, if we're talking about 2-3 years of learning loss, then we need to make it up somewhere.
So that is something that we're looking at, but by sheer numbers, almost 100% of the kids in our district have suffered some element of learning loss. And so we're looking right now at how to designate classes specifically with either differentiation or intervention, or in fact, ELD. Because we also find that we've got certain subgroups that are disproportionately impacted by what we just incurred.
Yeah, because even with summer school, I don't see these numbers going down heavily to where we would.
We don't have enough sections to offer during summer school to address the sections
Correct. That's-
of need at the high school.
That's my concern.
Right.
Okay, so that we have enough staff to accommodate, to get these kids back on track.
Plan to have enough staff is the allocation to pay for staff. And so it's not a question of having enough staff, it's how we utilize the staff. And to Celeste's point, it may mean that some of our most talented math teachers, in fact, are delivering some intervention sections on a master schedule. We have a very traditional master schedule, which was built on oftentimes what teachers historically have taught, but it doesn't always give the neediest students access to the most fluent teachers in that subject area. And so the reason that we've gone through and identified the grades and the sections of need is that we need to relook at how we're actually utilizing our staff in order to cover those areas. To hire additional FTE at a teacher's salary with full benefits and retirement right now is about 160 to 180,000. It's not feasible for us to hire enough teachers to meet all of the needs, the student needs we have. So we have to look at a way of maximizing what we're offering students, utilizing existing FTE, and wherever possible, expanding the programming that we have to offer.
So I know it may not be a popular idea, but like in other districts in North Monterey County, they offer longer school day or 7-period class opposed to a 6. I know that may not be very popular with GTA, but to offer that still, I mean, it would increase learning time by, you know, a little bit by having, but it also help with the intervention, because if you have more classes in the day to remediate all that learning loss, then it's less for them to, and students come out with credits ahead. If they're on track come their senior year, if they didn't have to make up any classes, then they
Right.
have a schedule full of electives.
Right. Or second semester senior year is
Correct,
an abbreviated
correct. You
schedule.
know,
Yes.
talking to other teachers, if that's even a possibility with our master schedule to provide an extra section for students.
And we will be looking at that.
So
We
it sounds
will be
like
looking
it's
at that.
really a partnership between the district office and our GTA, I guess, because you're saying to use the current FTE well, there's only 24 hours in a day, of course, so it seems that it's going to involve everybody to try to
Actually,
address-
this is a larger partnership, to use your words, than the district office and GTA. This is a change in the paradigm of this community in terms of what our priorities are. And I don't say that to offend anyone, but there has to be an acceptance of what we're doing has not worked for our students. And we have to validate that there have been outside eyes that have come in to tell us that, and have to relook at the way we're doing things. And so that's not a matter of the district office and GTA. That's a matter of our students having voice. It's a matter of our parents clearly understanding the situation that we face as a high school and expanding that to a district. And our collective governance team also having very explicit, a very intentional and explicit vision as to what needs to be done over the next 3 to 5 years in order to achieve that. To some extent, and I'm taking from the visiting committee reports that we've received over the years, we had a tendency to do things a mile wide and an inch deep versus taking the time to go deeper. And as a teacher, I can tell you that there was a phenomenon where we taught to mastery when I was in the classroom. And then there was a shift to teaching to exposure. Well, now we're back to where we have to teach mastery to mastery, because I'll use your elementary example. If students don't learn ratios and percentages in 3rd grade, they will not be able to successfully compete in algebra at Math 1. So when we talk about this being a systems conversation, what is going on in 3rd grade at La Gloria ultimately is going to impact GHS. And we're seeing that in math. And so it's not a question of whose responsibility it was. It's a question of all of us accepting each of us has a role in accepting what is and committing to changing it. And that is from preschool through adult school.
Can I? So just a few things I want to address some of the questions that are coming up from the community, but there was a comment in the chat about that it's not the teacher's fault. And I just want to make sure and clear that we're not here. It's not about blaming teachers. Right? It is systematically. What I've learned, I'm not an educator, but what I've learned sitting in this chair is that there is a systematic change that needs to happen. And that involves every single system within the district, right? Not just us as a board setting the expectation and the vision, but it involves the teachers, the administrators, the classified, the students, the parents, the community to supporting the district and its expectations. It's a systematic system. It's a systematic change that needs to happen, because for so many years, things have just kind of happened, the way they've happened. Things have been like, for lack of a better term, kind of grandfathered in doing certain things. And systematic change doesn't happen overnight. And so I think there's an agreement here in what Cesar is saying about the importance and the need to really focus on aligning and making sure that our kids are not graduating with D's, because that's just setting our kids up for failure. And I think we understand that. But it is a systematic change that needs to happen. So there's so many shifts in every single little system that goes on within our district. And I think we can say that we are in agreement that that is something that we need to do. And I think we've always kind of been going that route, but there is no blame here. It's a system and we're all involved in that, right? I do have some comments from the community. One was about the COVID. And so the question, Yvette, was what happens for people who, community and parents that are not in agreement with the COVID testing and shot, how will they be accommodated with attending school events, being that they are taxpayers who fund this public?
Well, it's not a question of being a taxpayer. It's a question of public health guidance. And so what I would ask the public to be aware of is this right now will be in effect through June 15th. Our prom, our graduation, and our senior trip will take place before the 15th, so they are still under public health guidelines. If in fact we have a member of the community that chooses to attend and not abide by the request for the vaccination information or the testing information, we will have a separate area set up, which will be able to view the graduation, but we will not mix them with community members, parents, and kids who have come with all protections in place. And MOT is accommodating that separate section.
And she asked if this was for private events only, or is this is a general fee?
No, this is
public health.
right. We are obligated to comply with public health orders.
And then we do have someone with their hand up, can we bring them in for?
Yeah, I can't see that. I apologize.
It's Familia Calderon Mancera has their hand up.
We have, you and me.
Oh. I'm loud.
Go ahead, Calderon.
Oh, good evening, everyone. My name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Arely Mancera Calderon, and I'd just like to I'd say just to say that I appreciate this conversation that's happening in regards to aligning grading policies. As a parent, as an alumni, as an educator myself, it's been a long time and I've only been in the district for 7 years as a parent. I am so glad to hear that this conversation is happening. I am glad that we're not pointing fingers and that we are just addressing the situation, which is that it's a systemic issue that needs to be addressed. And again, like Superintendent Irving said, it's not going to happen overnight. Systemic change statistically happens within 3 to 5 years. But I've been patient enough. And again, I'll continue being patient because the focus is our students. Everything that's being said is for our students. And as long as the driving force is our students, I think it is worth the effort, regardless of how much hard work and I include the entire community, parents, community members, teachers, staff, to help this happen. And if our students see the time and the effort, and of course, including students as well, because this can't happen without them, they also need to be part of this change. Then everyone's efforts will be so worth it. And in the long run, again, it will benefit our students. So thank you for the conversation and thank you for addressing the whole issue about grading policies and really being here for our students and understanding that they're learning, like Mr. Ayon had said, our board member Ayon had said, that's the focus. It's what they get, the knowledge, because I'll be honest with you, as an educator, grading is subjective. Regardless, and that's my opinion, and I respect others have different opinions, but as a teacher myself, I've seen it within my own department. I used to teach math, and one teacher, there were kids that would say, I'll go to so-and-so's class because that's an easy A versus going to Mancera Calderon's class because she doesn't give, you don't get an A easily. And well, if you think of it statistically speaking, because I have a math background, if you look at a bell curve, very few get A's and very few get F's. Most kids should be within a B, C, D range. So we're not statistically sound as a district, and data shows it. The outside agency through WASC showed it. So now it's just moving forward and focusing on our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arely, do you have any other comments? Because 3 minutes.
No.
Oh, not for this, just this item. Oh, can I add to anything else or should it just be this item? I'm sorry.
We'll keep moving forward.
Thank you, Arely.
Okay, thank you.
And just so, I'm addressing the Q&A, so thank you for everybody's patience, but I just want to congratulate everybody in the kudos. And I really just want to emphasize that it does, it's such a cliche, but it does take a village. And so, I hope that we can all just kind of work together to kind of make what Cesar was talking about and Celeste, because I'm, they're more aware of that kind of stuff than I am, but that we can work together to make these systems work. And yeah, for the students.
Alisa, do you want to comment?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry, I've been waiting. So, yeah, sorry, everyone kind of touched base on it already, but I would just like to say, as a student, I do definitely believe that it's in our best interest to revisit those graduation requirements. Allowing students to graduate with these shows that it's okay to do the bare minimum, and ultimately, that's not what's going to set us up for success in the future. I mean, how awesome would it be for students who don't have college in their mind when they get to their senior year, and because they've met that C or higher, they can apply to college. I can speak personally to the fact that I had a handful of friends and peers who, their freshman year, they had a D. They weren't required to make up the class. When it came time to applying for college, they could not, because they did not meet the CSU or UC requirements. So I think ultimately raising that standard, it's not only gonna show good habits and set us up for good habits, it's gonna send a lot more people to college.
Well said.
And, oh wait, I also have a question though, about your superintendent's report. So for example, it's on graduation. So I myself, I'm a sibling. I have a brother in the same grade, and I know there's about 2 others. If there are siblings in the same grade, do we still only get 4 people per student, or do it's combined? So for example, me and my brother get 4 together.
If both of you are 12th graders?
Yes, both of us.
Each 12th grader gets 4 tickets.
Okay.
Regardless of sibling status. Each of our graduates, each individual graduate gets 4 tickets.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bringing it back to Maria. Do you have any comments? Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Superintendent, for your report. And we're going to go ahead and moving on to item number 13, action items. 13.1, revision of the administrative assistant to the superintendent, a job description, staff report.
So Dr. Delicia, I'm going to ask you to talk to the changes as we're transitioning between administrative assistants. So, I can do it, Victor. I didn't mean to catch you off guard. So I'll start. The job description that my administrative assistant was hired under was dated. So one of the minimum requirements was shorthand. I don't need an administrative assistant who can take shorthand. So we, in fact, I depended on human resources who edited and updated the job description. And that's what we're bringing forward to you this evening.
Correct. So thank you, Superintendent Irving, and good evening, board members. Thank you for allowing me to provide you more information in regards to that transition as far as the new job descriptions. With the,
Can you speak closer to your mic and louder, please? Thank you.
is that better?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So once again, thank you, Superintendent Irving, and good evening, board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak in reference to the job descriptors and the modification of them. I've been very fortunate that I belong to a tri-county human resources network. So all 27 HR members are in part of that same network. So anytime that we have questions within our respective departments, I send out an email to everyone. So as an example, I send out an email, hey, can you share your job descriptor for this position? And then they share with me, right? So by the collection of a handful of job descriptors from other districts, nearby districts within Monterey County, I modified the new job description. And it is correct. It was very antiquated back in the 1990s, we'll say, which it did say shorthand, so definitely that's a great augmentation to our job descriptions in reference to that assignment. But not only to that, but the other ones that are coming up ahead as well.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open it to public comments or any member of the public. Do you have any comments or questions? Do we have any
No.
public comments?
Not on the.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board for additional comments and suggestions.
Just a question in regards to, do you find many, many job descriptions that need to be updated?
In sifting through our HR folder that we have at the, in our drive, yes, we do. We do have many antiquated job descriptors. So it's something that we will definitely be updating as the positions come available.
Because I just assume that with technology and all the new things coming out with technology, that what was a job description in the 80s or 90s isn't going to really fit what we're doing technology wise now, right? So,
That is correct. Yes.
and that's being looked at.
As the jobs start coming up and as the need is there to, replace the vacancies, yes, we definitely have to update them.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments? Great. Can I get a motion, please? Oh, okay, Mr. Arnold.
Looks like this one was revised in 2017.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it looks like this job description was revised in 2017. But I'm just looking through the requirements and I just want to say, Sophia, you are very impressive. Good luck finding a candidate. By the way, you have more requirements than to be an astronaut, I think. But anyway, go with God.
And we did interview last week. We had some great potential candidates for that assignment.
Great.
And Superintendent Irving is interviewed one candidate and another one tomorrow. So she'll make her decision on which will be her selection.
And Board President Lopez is joining me for that.
That is correct. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Galicia.
Definitely.
Thank you. So can I get a motion on this, please?
Motion, Araceli?
Then moved by Ms. Flores. Can I get a second?
Second,
Second.
Ayon.
Moved by Mr. Ayon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No, passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item 13.2, revision of the parent engagement and community involvement specialist job description. Staff report, please.
Dr. Galicia?
Stay up there. Dr.
Stay up there for a
Galicia.
little bit.
No, just stay there.
So same process as the administrative assistant to the superintendent. Once again, reached out to my HR network. They supplied me with, their current parent engagement or parent liaison, made comparisons, and also through the help of Ms. Yolanda Barba, as she oversees that curriculum instruction position, we were able to draft this proposed job description.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
So if I can also add, the parent engagement and community involvement specialist, when it came to the board originally, I believe it was 2018, it was to be placed on the classified management salary schedule. I have asked for Dr. Galicia to put it on the unrepresented schedule. So it is not considered a management position.
Okay.
The other thing that the board needs to recognize is this is also a soft funded position. It is posted as grant funded because it is one of the safety nets that we are putting in place for our families over the course of the next year to get them re-engaged with school and to make sure that we have a broker of services here within the district.
Great. Thank you. So I'm going to open it to public comment. Any public comment on this item? Anything on the
Nope, nothing.
online? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any board comments? Well, Alicia, do you want to?
No, I have no comments.
Thank you. Mr. Ayon?
Yes. A couple of points. I was looking at the revised description and then the original description. And one of the big changes that I can see is a degree. The original one required a bachelor's degree. This one does not. And the reason that is significant, I think, is the actual salary. The starting salary is the same as the starting salary for a teacher when they have 7 years experience. So here you can have a person as qualified as they are without a bachelor's, without a teacher credential, making more than a teacher in 6 years. I think that doesn't sit well with me. Also, the other thing I believe this is grant funded, but I believe these are ESSER funds. I believe this is only for,
So can I start with your
yeah,
first comment?
yeah.
A teacher works 185 days. This is a 12-month position. So there is
You're
not a comparison, apples to apples, in terms of them earning what a teacher does. They're actually working, I believe it's 40 more days
Yes.
than a certificated teacher. That's why the difference is.
Plus the hours as
Yeah.
well.
Hours, yeah.
True. I guess I'll just say it, nowhere else in this town you can make that type of money without a bachelor's. That to me doesn't sit right. Irrespective of how many days you work. You know, and our first priority, of course, is, you know, to advance the education and learning of our kids. But, you know, that's why I look at the numbers, because every number, every 10,000, every $15,000 is a teacher aide, by the way. It's a teacher aide, you know?
That is not correct in terms of the cost for the district for a paraprofessional. The
Yeah.
total cost for a paraprofessional includes a salary that is above 15,000, in addition to benefits, in addition to retirement. And we need to keep in mind also that salaries now are predicated on minimum wage, which has also impacted the district. So I would ask that, that there just be consideration given to a 260-day work year in comparison to, 225, approximately 40 days more than a certificated position. That's a significant amount of work to, which has raised it to an equal level in terms of compensation.
Yeah, you know, again, I know how hard it is to be in a classroom. Yvette, you appreciate this. You're a teacher. You are a teacher, you know, Celeste. It's really difficult. I mean, I was just a sub, and let me tell you, it is difficult. It's a lot what it requires to be in a classroom. You know, they say certificated because you are certificated. You're allowed to be in there. And so I have a special deference to folks that do that, you know, because I've been sort of in their shoes, not really, but, you know, I've been there as leading the classroom, and I know how difficult that is. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
moving on to Ms. Celeste.
That also bothered me, because it bothered me in the sense that what message are we sending to our kids to have a position to that degree without the education involved? And I will say, I know where you're coming from, that it's a 12-month position, Yvette, but I don't know any teacher, not one, that works 7 to 3 just the 9 months. I don't. There's so many unmanned hours of a teacher that go into lesson planning and all the extra that goes involved, and purchases that go involved for the teachers in the classrooms to provide for their students. So I know you're saying it's an extra 40 days, but if you were to ask teachers to log the hours that they man after school, it'd be pretty darn close. And I don't make that, and I have my master's. So that is quite a challenge.
So I am concerned, and I want to be on the record that this is not a compare contrast with teacher compensation, because you are correct, Cesar. I am a credentialed teacher 3 times over in 3 different areas. And what teachers also have had an opportunity to do in this district is to take other assignments, which in fact have brought some of our teachers to those additional 40 days at a very generous $100 per hour as per the board's direction and agreement. We also have to look at the fact that the person that we are looking for to engage with our community, it becomes an obstacle in some respects to have a college degree. And so we had lengthy discussions about this. Our community is primarily low income. They are first and second generation Latinos. We have approximately 10 to 12% who are undocumented. It is not a position that will necessarily engage easily, predicated on a bachelor's degree. And so we can take this back, but I would continue to say that would limit who we in fact would attract and be effective with our community.
If I may speak to that. And keep in mind, I did collect a handful of job descriptors from nearby districts within the county, not only the requirements, the essential duties, but as well as the required education and knowledge and certifications. And this is very comparable, as well as the salary, to other districts within the county.
So my only concern is that with my experience with the community and speaking to community members, they're always concerned about qualified employees. So how are we gonna ensure that we're not gonna get that pushback from other community members who want qualified employees?
Well, I think that part of the qualifications are outlined in the job description. And so if a community member has concerns about the qualifications, they in fact would have concerns about the job description, because we're not hiring someone that doesn't meet the qualifications that we have put in this job description.
Yeah, maybe need to go to our.
Thank you. So I think this is a very important position for our community. We do not have a liaison to facilitate conversations between the district, teachers, and parents. Teachers work really hard to communicate with parents, to contact parents, engage with parents. And, and not only that, there's a lot of parents in our community who do not understand the educational system. And so, for many years, we've seen other districts really benefit from whatever the title may be, right? Family advocate, family liaison, parent liaison. And those districts really benefit from the resources and the community connections that they make with parents and community members. And I think that is something that this district needs. And, the qualifiers are going to come if the person can do the work. Can the person connect with the people in our community? Can the person make contact with the people in our community? Can they direct them to the correct people in our district? Can they guide them and teach them the processes of the district? This is a very important position that we have lacked for years. And I think the how we measure whether people qualify is whether, one, they come with a history of doing the work, and two, they're willing to do the work, because this is going to be a very, very difficult job to start, because you are talking about building rapport and trust with parents who maybe have not trusted or have not even made an effort to really engage with the district, really get to know the district. And doing that with parents benefits our students, because it's the parents. And how many times have we heard this sitting here? It's parents. Parents are the advocates. Parents are the ones that need to speak up. Parents are the ones who are really going to be there to support their children, our students. And if we have parents who don't know how to navigate our system, or are too afraid to navigate our system, or don't know where to start, a parent liaison does that and can do that. And I think we've spent many years not having this, and I really think it benefits our district to have someone really try to be the for lack of a better word, mediator, like the middle person between the district and the community. And this is going to take a lot of work, a lot of hours, a lot of work, a lot of know-how. And I'm actually very excited for this position. I look forward to seeing how this position flourishes in our county and our district, because I've seen other districts with great advocates, parent liaisons, whatever you want to title, I've seen them do good work for the districts. And I get emails from them, and I'm always in my head like, man, we need to have that person. We need to have that person, because so many resources are brought into for parents specific, and they target different subjects: autism, SPED, mental health, financial health, immigration. I mean, these resources covers so many areas of our districts and the needs of parents. And I do feel like parents really do need some support in navigating the district, the sites, who's who, and how to do it. And I think it's in a very important position. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see how it's going to flourish. And, you know, it is going to be a lot of work because I know how hard it is to make those connections with different areas of our community. So I'm actually really thrilled about it.
Cesar, you got 1 minute. Please.
That won't mind how. That means yes, sir. I'm sorry, excuse me. I agree with everything you said. I do, 100%. I think it is a worthwhile position that we should have. I can see the benefit to our parents, to our community. My only issue is that it is a high-paying position. I believe it is. And as such, I think we should have the requisite, which is a bachelor's. I would like to recommend for it to go back and be modified to have a bachelor's. We were talking about graduation requirements. We were talking that these were not enough, right? Even though it is technically enough to graduate, we're saying, no, you know, you should have a C. This to me is similar, right? And Yvette, with respect, I disagree. Yes, the majority of our community is low income and things like that. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people here in town. Look at Jose, he's got like 2 PhDs almost. I mean, there's a lot of people here that do have those degrees that want to help and participate in our schools. So I don't believe that if we change that requirement, that we're going to have 0 applicants. I really don't. I think we're going to have applicants and they're going to be fine.
Thank you. Okay, so just for clarification, the board represents what is demographically submitted to the state of California. And so my reference to who we educate includes the reference to 97% Latino, almost 88% of our students participating in the school lunch program, which is referred to as free and reduced. Over 50% of our students as being English learners, over 10, 12% being undocumented. I don't diminish the need for our entire community to achieve the highest level possible of education, but to engage them at the beginning stages has to be a person that, as the word trust was used, whether we agree or not, there is a segment of our community that doesn't trust us because of title. There is a segment of our community that doesn't trust us because we're educated. The connection that a parent liaison needs to make with parents starts with a level that doesn't automatically bring a certain level of intimidation. And that was what I'm not saying it to sway you, but I am trying to articulate the discussion that was had around this, because I'm not talking about the community of Gonzales. I'm talking about the community of Gonzales Unified. And those are the families that we are educating, and to get them to the level that we want them to go of university, workforce, military, we've got to start engaging their parents. And that's why the description is as it is.
Right, thank you. So, you know, I agree with what you have on paper. I'm going to support it because I think it's important. I hear what you guys are saying as well in regards to the grades, but I think this person is much needed in our district, and I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the position. If I can get a second.
Are you motioning?
I'm motioning it.
You need to give Maria a chance to comment.
No, you did already. Right?
Not quite.
No? Oh, I thought you did already. and then you went to-
Yeah, no, not quite. That with all due respect, I'm trying to understand how it would be intimidating to have a degree to fill this position. And so I don't understand how it would be intimidating. That's what I understand from you.
So our options in terms of who we can hire, my first priority would be a local person. Okay. A local person who is known to the community. Okay. It would be best case scenario that they had a degree. And if it doesn't say bachelor's desired, we can fix that. But we have in our community a segment of educated Latinos and Latinas, and we have a large community of Latinos that have not yet achieved a college degree. And I and staff deal with all of our parents on a daily basis. And there is those communities associate with each other. And so that's why, in fact, there is concern about eliminating part of the pool by adding the bachelor's requirement. Because that in fact is what we will do if the board chooses to vote against this and require the bachelor's. You will eliminate part of the pool.
But I think that would deter, then we shouldn't hire anybody from out of the area because they're working with our children. If it's an apartment home, you need to be trained and knowledgeable. Araceli made some great points and she listed everything that they need to do. They need to be knowledgeable. They have to, be organized and be able to do all those things. In order to do that successfully, I think you need a degree, some education in order to do that successfully. And I don't think it's a deterrent. We need to make sure that, CSBA has always said we want the best and brightest for our students. So why lower that standard?
So I'm just making a comment and then maybe we can have the public, but I have to disagree. I don't think having a bachelor's or a degree makes you as qualified as the person next to me who may just be a graduate, a high school graduate or a G. There are people out there who have GEDs and high school diplomas and some community college who are great and amazing at what they do. And I mean, I have my master's, but my master's doesn't make me good at what I do. It's my skills. It's my ability to build rapport and do the job that's required of me. My master's, just because I have a master's doesn't make me as qualified. It's all the training I received. It's all the books I've read. It's all the experiences that I've had and the capacity to build and have rapport with people. No, my education did not teach me how to build rapport. That is something that I've learned and done on my own. It's through trainings that I have gotten some of my skill set. There's a lot of things my master's program didn't teach me that I do now in my career. And I'd hate to tell the community that if you don't have a master's or a bachelor's degree, you are not qualified, that you are not looked at as someone who can do this job. There could be someone in our community who maybe went to Hartnell for a couple of years and only has a high school diploma who would be really good at this position, really good at being able to build rapport with parents and work with parents. I don't think it necessarily you have to have a degree to be good at what you do. You know what I mean? I think your degree entitles you to have certain jobs that give you certain privileges and pay and whatnot, but it doesn't give you the ability nor the capacity to do it. And I think in this position, it's not about having a bachelor's, it's about having the capacity and the know-how and the courage to do the work. It's not so much having a bachelor's. I like the idea of having bachelor's desired, but to make that the only qualification, the only thing on there that tells parents or community members that this right here requirement only makes you good at being able to do this position, I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to people who would be able to do that position. And I think it would limit the amount of applications we would get, because there are people in this community who could look at that job and be like, you know what, I can do that. I'm capable of doing that. I have those skills. I can manage that. I think that is what's more important. And maybe through this process, they go and get their bachelor's. Maybe this job will inspire them to go get their bachelor's degree, but does it make it the only thing that qualifies them to do this job? I don't agree with that.
Then if we're not going to have that, then I think the pay needs to reflect the education. That's part of that would be a good compromise. The coexistence with that, because you mentioned, you said, there's certain things that the degree will get you. It'll get you this, that, the other. And one of them you said was pay. this doesn't reflect the pay of somebody with a high school diploma.
All right, we're gonna have to, I do have see some public here
But
that wants to comment
this
on
is
it.
board discussion, and then after this is vote. We don't,
Yeah,
we
we're-
already had public comment.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yep.
I'm done.
Are you done?
Well, just, if we're gonna address the chat first and then the community. In the chat, we have a question that says,
No,
will
wait,
the-
wait, wait. So the process that we agreed on was public comment was, or Yvette, correct me if I'm wrong. The presentation, if we have a presentation, right, which we had, open it to public comment,
No public
right?
comment.
New Beginnings Workshop, remember?
Yes, I hear
Then
you,
comments
but-
from the board.
But it's
Then
also, I'm
it-
gonna ask you to follow when I give each member an opportunity to address that, you ask your questions when it's your time and not go back again asking for more time. Like, I'm gonna ask that for everybody. We're gonna follow a structure and,
But that was your rule, Jose. In other
I'm sorry,
deliberative bodies, you get to, it's discussion from the board.
okay, so we went public discussion, we brought it back to the board. Now, I made a motion, sorry, Maria, before, I said you had spoken earlier. To go ahead and move forward with what's on the item, the consent, on the action item as it is. Then Maria made a comment and Araceli made another comment. And so it's Celeste. So my motion is that we approve it as it is, and I was asking for a second.
I second it.
So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
So it does not pass.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Cesar?
Opposed?
Okay, Celeste,
Opposed.
Araceli,
Aye.
Maria,
Opposed.
Jose, aye. So it does not pass with a vote of 3 against 2. So, what? All right, so moving on to item number 13.3, revisions. We can, is this something we want to bring back in the future again?
Yes, please.
Okay, so
Can
we'll
we bring this
reconsider
back with
and
whatever.
revisit it in the near future. Thank you, everybody. Item number 13.3, revision to the classified management confidential salary schedule effective July 1st, 2021. Staff
That's-
report?
It's now a moot point
Okay,
because the salary was attached to the position.
okay, so now we have to table this.
Table it.
Item number 13.4, to open one parent engagement community involvement specialist position. Well, now we have to also
That's also.
table that. Item 13.5, to adopt the Gonzales Unified School District Expanding Learning Opportunities Grant Plan. Staff report?
So we actually have our Executive Director of Ed Services, Yolanda Barba, here to talk to the board regarding our Learning Opportunities Grant. This is a grant which needs board approval prior to the June 1st deadline.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I am just going to give you an overview of what our expanded learning opportunities grant, what it entails. You've had the opportunity to go through it already. But as Yvette said, in the efforts of the state responding to learning loss, they are going to be giving districts additional funding to be able to support those efforts. And so this plan, we needed to make sure that we included the focus being in-person, the ability to expand instruction. Also academic interventions, and then looking at how do we accelerate progress and close the learning gaps. And so if you go through the plan, we needed to, part of this process was also obtaining suggestions and comments from the public, from our staff, from our students. And as you all are aware, we're currently going through an LCAP process. And so that was done in conjunction. So the feedback that we received, we were able to utilize that feedback to put together this plan. As you go through it, you will see that a lot of the things that have been placed in the plan to support us with these funds would be including the summer school program, which we've been talking excessively about the program that we are going to be offering this summer. And so the plan is to hopefully get us through the next summer as well, to provide a 6-week program.
The plan also entails for us to provide Saturday GPA 4.0 in the fall and the spring, additional funding for meals, snacks, looking at like an English learner boot camp, ACES after school program, activities for our students during those times, offering after school interventions, perhaps looking at continuing with some type of learning hubs throughout the year to provide additional support. Part of this funding is also going to support our parent liaison, our additional LCSW. We'll move from 2 FTEs to 3. It will also allow for us to be able to hire an additional academic coach so that all of our sites have one full FTE. As you know, right now, Fairview and the high school are sharing one. So in there, you will see also funding will go to support a paraprofessional support as well. So we will have opportunities, again, through our extended programs that they'll be able to earn some additional funds, but at the same time, provide additional time for our students. If you go through at the very end, you will see that it's about 2.9 million. However, we also need to take into account that we will be penalized because part of the state requirements is for us to offer in-person instruction, and we do not offer in-person instruction currently on Mondays. And so that will be something that we will be penalized on, and we will have to, and they'll take away from the funds for that. And that is it. Does anybody have any questions?
Alice?
No, no questions, but thank
Sure.
you for the presentation.
Mr. Ayala? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. The penalty, do we, is that a percentage or do we know what that number is?
So the penalty depends on how many days from the time that they've told us that we needed to be in session to the end of the school year. We have to count the days, and then that's how they determine what that percentage will look like at the end. Currently, what we're looking at is about a 47,000 penalty.
Okay, so, and they know, because obviously we have a, list, exhausted list, and then also the amounts. Obviously, if you're penalized, then we can't count on the full amount. So they're fine with that, the fact that we can approve something with, X amount, but
So the budget that Yolanda is presenting represents that reduction.
the penalty, okay.
Correct, because I, as superintendent, had to submit a form under the threat of perjury last week stating what days we were providing in-person instruction. And I had to state that between April 12th, when we came back from spring break through our last day of school, we would not be providing instruction on Mondays as per our agreement, as per our MOU with GTA.
Oh, great, thank you. Thank you.
So I know, other than the ones that you've stated that will fall for next summer, are all these just 1 year?
No, so we have the ability to utilize these funds for 2 years. And so when we indicated in the plan, the Saturday GPA program, the summer program, that is also in addition to not just this coming school year, but the following one.
So we have the opportunity to expand like summer school or interventions to help with that, because this is exactly what
Yes.
it's for, is to mitigate that learning loss if needed for more of our students.
Yes.
Okay.
No. Thank you for your report.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda, for your report. Okay, bring it back to public comment. Anybody in the public or online? Okay, bring it back to the board for additional discussion. Mr. Ariel?
Thank you. Just looking at page 6. So on page 6, it does show the topic we just spoke about. So it says, hire a district parent liaison classified employee, 64,350. Should we put in brackets or ellipses? What are they called? And then, because all the other ones, they have the next column, it says, actual expenditures will be provided when available. Should that also be there? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Just
okay,
Thank you.
okay. And so, and my last question was, promise this time. Obviously this is due June 1st. So I mean, this is the last meeting, so we have to prove something here. Now, based on our last vote, that this position, we didn't vote to have it yet. Is that still okay to submit it here? Oh, okay,
Yes, because what we're doing is we're basically encumbering that money when we come back to vote again
Yeah.
on the potential position.
okay. And this is only kind of like the top rate, so you can spend less than this amount, I guess, but maybe you can't spend more? Is that why we give these
We don't
numbers?
have more to spend, but we will spend this down to the last penny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
I did have one question.
Go ahead, please.
How, just out of curiosity, how were I mean, it's an extensive list, so I know that took a lot of work. How were these specific programs?
Correct.
Thank you.
That's it. Ms. Cuevas? Thank you. So can I get a action item?
So moved.
It's been moved
Ayon?
by Mr. Ayon, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No, passes with unanimous consent. I believe 13.6 has been tabled for our next board meeting. Okay, moving on to item number 13.7. Something? No? Okay, good. Classified personnel assignment order number 20-21-21 to grant the leave of absence without pay for Evelyn Guerrero Piña, instructional aide, special education at La Gloria Elementary School, effective May 14, 2021 through May 13, 2022. Staff report?
It's a request for a. leave
For
of
leave,
absence.
okay.
No staff
So
report.
can I get a motion on it?
So moved, Ayon.
It's been moved by Mr. Ayon. Can I get a second?
Second?
Second by Ms. Celeste, sorry, Daniels. I'm so sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? None. Passes with unanimous consent. Item number 13.8, proposed occupational therapist job description. New staff report.
So I can comment on this and I can also bring in HR as well as Ed Services. The cost for special education services specific to an occupational therapist was beginning to outweigh the actual cost of having our own FTE. And so the district is moving ahead with the development of a job description for potentially posting and hiring.
Any board comments? No, public, nobody in the public? Nope. Bring it back to the board. Board comments? Alice?
No.
Mr. Ayon?
Thank you. Are these ESSER funds that we're looking at using for this position?
It
Or-
is possible that we'll use ESSER funds, but it's not probable because this will be an ongoing expense for the district related to special education. And typically that comes from the encroachment on our general.
Yeah, and then, so like you said in your statement here, that we're coming to a crossroads where it no longer makes sense to hire out, that we should hire in fact, to save money. But also it's a good thing for our kids because they will have a one person that they know, and it's the same person. They're not gonna, because I think when we hire out, we can hire, maybe a number of people, but this one will give them that stability of having that same person that they work with.
That is correct. That is completely correct. And as per the board, my conversation with the board, what we are trying to do over the next year or two is to make sure that we have allotted FTE per site. So that's why we're doing the third LCSW, the third academic coach. At this time, we'll only have one occupational therapist. The board needs to be aware that occupational therapists are under incredible demand. And so one of the things that the district will also be looking at is if in fact the salary is competitive with other districts in Monterey County. And we may end up having to come back and look at where the occupational therapist is placed on our salary schedule in order to be competitive.
Thank
you.
No, I know we outsourced and there was different issues that had arise in the need for this. I've seen it on site, so.
Yeah, I agree. I think it benefits the kids to have a consistent person yearly. And not just with OT, but speech therapists too are also in high demand. And, one of the questions I was gonna have is us contracting out, is that why we're always switching to new providers because we contract out? So this will really help us to keep one consistently every year, specifically for the kids who are using the services. Okay, great.
We contract out because we're unable to hire.
Yeah.
Contracting out is always the second choice.
Yeah.
And it also is related to demand. So there was a time when the district may have needed only half of an occupational therapist, and it wasn't feasible to hire at that time. The demand has grown, and so that's why we're moving forward.
Great.
No comment, just, well, yeah, we do, and it's been a long time coming, so I'm excited for this. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your work in doing this. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring it back to the board for an action. Can I get?
So moved, Ayon.
So it's been moved by Mr. Ayon, second by
Second, Daniel?
Ms. Daniels. Can I tell those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item 13.9, revision to the certificated management pupil support salary schedule effective July 1st, 2021. Staff report. No, okay, bring it back to the public comment. Nobody from the public. Bring it back to the board for additional comments and questions. Can I get a motion on this, please?
So moved, Ayon.
Moved by Mr. Ayon, second by
Second.
Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item number 13.10 to open one occupational therapist position. Staff report.
So as discussed, we need an occupational.
Okay, great, perfect. Bring it back to any public comments? No, bring it back to the board.
So moved, Ayon.
So moved by Mr. Ayon, second by
Daniel?
Ms. Daniels. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? None. Passes with unanimous consent. 13.11 miscellaneous personnel assignment order number 20-21-05 to authorize hiring of Vanessa Ortiz as an hourly summer school teacher under a waiver for the California Basic Education Skills Test, CBEST, effective June 14, 2021. This requires only an action.
The same process.
The same process. Staff report, none. Public comment? Nobody in the public. Bring it back to board for discussion.
Just, can you just kind of clarify for people to understand what a CBEST waiver means?
Hector, you want to take this? I can explain
Come on,
it,
Dr. Gunnins, yeah.
but you're the director of HR.
So due to COVID and the closure of certain venues where the CBEST was administered at in person, it was closed during all this past 14, 16 months. Therefore, all those potential candidate teachers had been given by CTC a waiver to go ahead and exclude them from taking the CBEST and then give them a permit to teach. So this is what we're doing with this individual. This individual is actually currently on a contract with Aromas Unified School District. And she'll be working with us for summer school only, and now has a position, full-time position next year with Salinas Elementary School District. So
you.
it is just a transitional period.
I think sometimes it's good to have people hear what that means because a lot of people don't know.
Yes, it's a waiver is
Yeah.
just a
Waiver,
permit.
The CBEST
Correct.
in combination with the education is what, before you get your credential, gets you wavered into
Correct.
allowing you to be in the classroom.
Perfect. Thank you. So, motion?
Great. So can I get a motion, please?
So moved, Ayon.
Moved by Mr. Ayon, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item 13.12, agreement between the Monterey County Office of Education and Gonzales Unified School District for redistricting services effective March 1st, 2021 through March 1st, 2022. Staff report.
So as the board is aware, we've received communications requesting a response from the board in terms of whether or not we'll be moving towards trustee area elections versus our current at-large elections. Communication started in December of 2020, And this has been an ongoing item since that time. So at this point, we either need to commit on going in with the other school districts within the county or just take a pass, but I do need action on this.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this item?
We have a hand up.
On this item?
Well, the hand's up. I don't know if it's on this item. but-
Okay, go ahead. We have a, let's bring him up. Areli, okay. Areli, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, is this in regards to this redistricting item?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd just like to say that I think it's very important that the board approve this agreement, or I'm in favor of it, because even though we think we represent our students and our parents and whatnot, we have, for example, Chular parents. It's hard enough to bring audience to the board meetings. And so we never hear from parents for the most part, or if we do, it's only from parents in town. I'm an alumni from Chular Elementary, and it's dear to my heart to know that there's someone representing Chular on our board. Their needs might be very different than ours. I'm not sure because I haven't lived there for the last 20 years. And I also think it's important to really look at this study, and hopefully it's in favor of trustee, an election that's directed to trustee areas, because what my needs are might not be the same needs as those people that live on Alta Street or on the other side of town. Sometimes, we have a disconnect. I only know those people in my neighborhood. I don't know that those people that live across town. I don't have family over there anymore. And that's just changed because of, I think, I'm not sure what it is, but I just need to know that there's other people being represented. And I think it is a good idea to have people represent, people that are our board members represent those different areas of the city. Because everyone has different concerns, regardless if our population is mostly Latino. Within our Latino community, we have very different needs. And I just have to say this because it's a conversation I had with, I'm religious and I'm Catholic. I had this with one of the religious members, or one of the sisters. We talked about the different needs. She also noticed this, from how the bridge divides our needs. That even within the church, Catholic Church, the people that attend church, one side of the bridge versus the other, the needs are so different. And so if that is being seen by someone, within the religious community, I think as a district, we also need to see that. And I also think our city, but that's another topic. But I definitely agree with the study. I hope it's in favor of area trustees. And I look forward to seeing the results, and I hope the board supports the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon.
We do have a comment from the community. It's in Spanish. Do I read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yo, Mr. José Neri, yo también estoy a favor de que hubieran representantes de las diferentes comunidades de donde vienen los estudiantes. Translate that. I can translate. No, not the white one. Can I translate?
Go ahead.
Says, I am also in favor of there being representations of different areas of the community where the students live.
Any additional public comments? Okay, bring it back to the board for additional discussion. Alice? Mr. Ayon?
Yeah, this is definitely a hot topic, obviously, for a lot of reasons. And just a little bit about me, if I may, if you guys indulge me a little bit, Jose, I won't talk too much. In fact, when I came here in the 90s, we only had one high school, right? Soledad wasn't built. So we had the Soledad kids, the Mission kids, Chular Canyon, and of course Gonzales come to this high school, right? I personally lived in Soledad when we first came here from Mexico. I went to Soledad 1st to 2nd grade. Then I went to Chular 2nd through 6th grade. Then I went to Fairview 7th, 8th, graduated here. So in fact, I went to all 3 schools not the mission and but all three areas, you know, and I know where I live, you know, the part of town where I live, but, you know, to me, you know, I hope no one takes offense, but the folks from Chular, at least the kids, they call them Chularians, right? Like, I think I'm a Chularian because I went there. I went there, right? 4 years. And so, también hablo español, soy de México. I mean, eso nunca se olvida, you know, so we represent, or I represent, and I think you guys too, represent everybody in our community. And, you know, because I know, Jose, you have an open door policy where people reach out to you and talk to you. You know, I do the same. You know, I want to hear from everybody, no matter where they're from. To me, it's one community. We have one set of kids, right? And we have one set of kids that we want to do well. And that's the challenge. You know, the trustee area, it just says that you have to live in that area and only folks from that area can vote for you, right? But in fact, you still represent all kids, right? Even say that we had trustee area, you know, you still represent all kids. You still represent kids not from your trustee area, right? And because they're all one student body. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ayo.
Thank
Yeah, I had the same concerns, you know, even with the city not participating in that is kind of, you know, setting ways for, you know, what we do as a district since we work with them. Also, you know, I'm gonna always go back to the fees because we're spending fees here, and the 2,500 is just the base fee. When I was looking through the contract, there's like a $9,000 fee for per district, and I think other fees that are still per district fees that we would have on top of this. Not to say would come in a trustee or we would remain at large. We're going to spend the money when, to me, we could spend it elsewhere. I just don't.
Okay. Ms. Flores?
So I will sit here and say that I don't feel I represent everybody in our community. I wouldn't sit here and say that I know what a farm worker family goes through or the student of a farm worker goes through and what their needs are. I think it takes us engaging them to understand them and their needs, but to sit here and say I represent that, I wouldn't necessarily make that statement. I think the study, I'm in favor for it. I think it's important to hear what the community, what the students. I did read that there is a committee formed and that will engage people in our community to have a conversation, a study on whether this does apply to us or whether it doesn't apply to us. There's no agreeing to this does not commit to redistricting. It's a study to see if it would benefit people, our people in our community, students in our community who don't just live in Gonzales. I'm always in favor of supporting something that will give voice and allow for members of our community, our students and parents to engage in a conversation that brings change. And that's not often done for free. Stuff like that does cost money. And I think if it allows for our students and our parents and members of our community to engage in that conversation to see if their voice, their experience, their will matters, then I am in support of spending and sharing the cost with other districts rather than having to do this again in I don't know how many years and having to pay for the full cost. We're more saving money because if we have to do this later, it would cost us more later than it would if we do it now. There's comments on here. Do I read them?
Can I make my
Yeah.
comment first?
Yeah.
And then- So I've spoken to Chular board members and family members, and I've asked why I haven't heard any concerns on their behalf here at the board. So I'm curious, I guess, what concerns they have, first of all, and how can we help address any concerns they may have before we can move forward on spending the money on this study? Can we conduct our own study, maybe some like a questionnaire to family members before we commit to spending the money for this study?
So I would refrain from conducting our own study because this, as Board Member Ione said, is a hot topic. And so there is more credibility given to an outside agency. That's why the MCOE is not, they're not directing this. They've contracted out with a company that has done this in other areas.
How many schools would we be cost sharing with?
Right now, it's 5 districts: Alice Falls, Salinas City, Salinas Union High School District, Monterey Peninsula, and Monterey Peninsula College.
So they're all bigger cities.
There's other smaller districts, but it also, we're not really considered a small district. We're basically a medium. So for example, Mission or Chulad are considered small districts. The notification was sent to us as we are one of the districts within the county who have not yet made that move. There are districts who have not yet made the move to trustee districts, but in fact have adopted a resolution. The most significant item for me as head of the organization is either at least documenting us taking a step forward to do an initial study, or not moving forward and getting hit with a demand that we then have to respond to, and that will entail legal costs, and in fact could entail our having to contract with a demographer ourselves.
Which adds to
Which
the
will cost
expense
more
and the
money.
cost of it. So just in my comments as board member is, I too agree with that, Araceli. It's like, I don't intend, just because I was elected or just because you see a brown board here, does not mean that we represent every interest within our communities here. You know, I have a very different upbringing from maybe Mr. Ayon or Celeste or Araceli or Maria. And so we all contribute in our own experiences of life to represent the best interests of our students and of our families. But at no point do I want to sit here and say, oh, I know what it, and this gets to me a little bit because, you know, I see a lot of hardworking families out in our community. And I apologize because it's a very hot topic, as you said, that. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that I represent, you know, the undocumented, the hardworking immigrant families, those, you know, families that have just crossed the border and are trying to survive. I don't want to, I'm in no way gonna take that voice and that seat because I've never lived that experience. However, I can be a voice to advocate for them, but it's important that we include them, that all voices are included in the discussion. You know, in reference to Chulart, you know, Sonia Jaramillo at the last board meeting, she mentioned, you know, when she got on the board, she represented that voice of the Chulart because she lived out in Chulart Canyon. So, you know, the community out there elected her as well to represent that voice. And I don't think we have done much, you know, to reach out to Chulart, as you were mentioning, Maria. And I think it's important that, you know, we take the time, and perhaps through this study, we can, you know, hear the Chulart community and their voices, as well as the Mission District or the high school. So, you know, I too am in favor, not that if we agree or don't agree, or if we even approve the study, it doesn't mean that we're gonna approve whether we redistrict in the future, but at least I want to have more information on it. So, that's my thought on this. And sorry that I get a little emotional, but it's a hot topic when it comes
Wouldn't
to
we
represent.
start with something like having like joint meetings with the Chulart? Wouldn't that be a route we could go, to have joint meetings with Chulart board members?
Because I think we're conflating, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think those are two different topics, right? Meeting with the Chulart board, and I think we've tried in the past and they've declined. And so meeting with Chulart and finding out what the issues are is not really what the redistricting study is about. I think I think the redistricting study will engage different members of our community from the different areas that we represent, and engaging them in the conversation of what the needs are, engaging them in the conversation of what they would like what they think versus us doing that with other boards. So I just think that this study doesn't really address issues. It addresses the conversation and the dialogue between students, parents, community members, different people who live in our community, and it gets them talking about what they think, what they like, and what they want. It's not approving redistricting. It's not saying that we're going to do it. It's doing the study to see if it's something that would work here and if it's something that our community members want. And again, I will say, I think their voices, them having the opportunity to come together and have a conversation matters. And whether we did it as a staff, we still have to invest money because we have to pay our staff to do it. Everything we do costs money. Sitting in this board meeting right now costs money. It costs money, but it's an opportunity for the students, for the parents, community members to have a voice in that discussion, to have a say in that discussion. And for me, in my opinion, I think they deserve to have that chance and that opportunity. It's not about what problems are we trying to solve. It's about engaging them in the conversation about how they want to be represented. Do they feel they need to be represented? Do they feel their area is important to be represented? And whatever the questions, I mean, I'm not here to say I don't know what questions are going to be asked, but it's engaging everybody in that conversation, and it's someone on the outside doing it. So there's no like, oh, well, that's the comadre's, best friend. So of course it allows an outsider to engage and mediate and facilitate those kind of conversations.
So they'll be doing the outreach as well, or will us as a district be doing the outreach to ensure that the community students are engaging?
So we're going to begin with the demographic study. And so what that will identify is where the population is, where the groups, the condensed areas are. And at that point in time, we revisit it and decide if we're moving forward. The next step would be if in fact we convene community committees to get feedback from the community as to which direction they would like to go. If I may, I also want to make sure that you made reference to talking with board members. The feedback that I have received, I received only at the time when I was walking Chula as part of the bond election. And there were neighbors that in a jovial way commented that here I was asking for money from them, but what are they getting out of us? And so the community understands. We're very grateful because the community voted on 2 bonds. And one of the reasons that there are 2 bonds is because one pot, bond measure K, is supported by not only Gonzales residents, but also Chula residents, as well as Mission residents. And so I've never gotten any feedback from board members. The only time I have had direct conversation is during the neighborhood walks for the bond. The board also has had experience or student voice prior to board member Ayon and Daniel joining us. And that was when it was brought to our attention by Magali Santos and Jesus, creo que era Jesus.
JT.
I'm sorry, Heda?
Trujillo from.
Yes, Trujillo, our valedictorian.
Yeah.
They brought a study forward to the board to talk about the challenges of Chula students in terms of accessing our extracurricular programs, athletics, band. And that was another conversation where the board got a sense that we've got to do something differently to be more inclusive of the kids within the district at the high school.
I think we're conflating a couple of things though. And maybe this could be an option to bring these folks to our meeting to tell us exactly what they're gonna do, right? Because I'm not gonna, what everything outside is doing or saying, I agree. Yes, of course we want to engage the parents. Of course we want to go and find, what services can we provide, to all these different areas. Who's gonna say no to that? That's not what I'm saying. You know, I want that. I want that. I don't know that this is the vehicle though. This is, I believe, something else. You know, it is to do a demographic study to find protected classes. Okay, now what we're talking about has nothing to do with that. What we're talking about is outreach. Is we want to know, hey, what our field workers, what are their concerns, right? You know, the whole range of community that we have here, the whole wonderful range. And I'm sure you worked in the fields too, Jose, you know, and you know, I did, I know that. And a lot of our kids do now, right? For summer, right? Summer school, or during summer, they work in the fields, right? It's an experience that some of us have that benefits us, right? Now, this outreach, I want to do this outreach. I do. I really do. Again, I don't believe this is the vehicle for that, though.
Can we get some clarification on the differences between this study being about the benefits or the conversation of redistricting versus outreach? And is there a difference between what Cesar's talking about and what this study would be? Because outreach, and I'm just curious if there's a difference between outreach, reaching out to community, getting to know what the community concerns are, what the needs are versus what the purpose of this study is.
So this is strictly in terms of representation. And so what the study is to make sure that there is adequate representation across districts. And it's not only schools, it's also city government. What is a challenge for the district, our district, is that Board Member Ayon had made reference to a case that at the time challenged the what is called the California Voters' Rights Act. That case, in fact, was successful at the lower court, but is currently being heard by the California Supreme Court. And so the concern for the district is that thus far, there has not been a district challenge that prevailed. And our own legal counsel has stated that if challenged, there is no precedent to say that we would prevail, and gave a cost estimate of upwards of $40,000. And so I have the responsibility to advise the board and to try to minimize costs whenever possible. And that's why when we receive notice, not only from the county office, but also the Monterey County elections, I brought this forward in order to get direction from the board. But this is not about outreach. It is about representation.
So if challenged, it's a cost of up to 40,000. Do we?
No, it could be more.
Or more.
Because if it goes to court, okay, we've got our expenses, but if the judgment goes against the district, then we also have the plaintiff's expenses.
So do we know the full cost of this study? Because I saw the $2,500. So let's saw some other fees. Do we know like
Right,
the total?
There's additional fees the farther we go in the process.
But the beginning stages of the beginning fee stages is what, 2,500?
Correct.
And
So
Yeah,
let
go
me
ahead.
finish my comment.
Yep.
So in essence, if we don't go through with this and we get challenged, it will cost us more money than moving forward with the study. It's more cost efficient to do the study than not do the study and then be challenged by it and then having to pay the cost of the process of what we have to go through if we're challenged. Does that make sense?
So that makes sense, yes. So if we proceed forward with the cost of the study, we are potentially offsetting what could be a greater cost if we're challenged. Where it is also to the district's benefit is we can state that we have demonstrated a good faith effort. When this was brought to our attention, we proceeded forward with an initial study. And the results of that demographic study hypothetically did not support at that time are moving forward to establishing a committee. Right now, the board has no particular defense. We could have a complaint filed tomorrow, and we have neither joined the consortium for the demographic study, nor has this particular board adopted a resolution, which other districts have, stating the timeline at which they will move towards trustee area election. We as a district have made no discussion nor given any indication as to if and when this conversation and the idea of transitioning to trustee areas will be coming up.
Okay, so,
So,
so
yeah, on page 3 out of 7, it has the ceiling of, so,
so the starting fit, the base fare is the 25, and
Yeah.
if it's found that we move forward, that report has the,
If it's balanced, then meaning that we don't need to, it's $9,000 plus the 2 meetings.
but
so,
Not, then you're gonna
they
go
can
to
provide up
Yeah.
to 150, on page 3, it says $150,000. So we're actually approving up to 150,000, so
But
$2,500.
that's the MCOE contract.
That's
So we're
MCOE.
underneath that
We're
as a
splitting that.
consortium. That's the cost that we're dividing.
Right, and the challenge, Yvette's totally correct, if you fight it, right? But a lot of people, what they do is once you get a challenge, you say, oh, okay, fine, we'll do it. You know, and there's this thing called safe harbor, which means you're not liable, you're only liable for, I think it's 30,000, 40,000, somewhere around there, that you can potentially, pay out. So then, of course, you would have to engage through, get a demographer and go ahead with the process.
so then it would cost us more in the end. Possibly.
So see, I have to admit a little bit of confusion because
I'm
now
not an
you're saying
attorney, I
only
don't know what that
40,000.
means.
Well,
And
yeah, I mean, it's a
typically
lot of
you're
money.
all over me about budget and saving money.
well,
So it's that only 40,000 that has me concerned.
Compared to 150.
But the
actually, it's all
150
relative.
is the MCOE cost,
But we
not the
could be
district
spending
cost.
40,000 with this.
Yes,
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 and we can be
easily.
spending more than 40,000 if challenged. So it's, it's either we do the study, do our due diligence and share costs, or we don't get challenged and really spend a cost, and that money is gonna come out of our district funds.
well,
So to me, it just makes sense to just engage in the study. If we don't need to move forward, we don't pay that full amount that's on that report versus the possibility of someone challenging us because we said no to doing due diligence and engaging in the study. That's going to cost us more. And then we're gonna really have to answer to people because we're going on record saying that we're not gonna do this. And in the end, if it costs us more because we get challenged, and apparently people are interested in this study. And if they decide to challenge us because we said no, that's a potential, that's more cost, and that we're not sharing that cost. And I don't know if there is leeway to say, okay, we'll do it. Well, if we decide to do it, well, they done decided already. So now we gotta go hire our own people to engage in the study, and it's gonna cost more money. So to me, it just makes more sense if this is something that's being done, if this is something that people in the community are interested in. And if it's something that we need or don't need, we share the cost, find out now, instead of paying the price later, which is gonna be a lot higher than the 2005 or the 9,000.
15.
Or 15, because 15 is less than 45,000 or 100,000. So all I'm saying is, to me anyways, it's desired, people are interested in doing the study, it's cost sharing, and it would cost us less now than, God forbid, in the future if it's challenged. That's where my logic comes from.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm gonna ask that we go ahead and make a motion on this if we're gonna move forward, because it's getting 9 o'clock and we still have a couple
Just
more.
last point, Jose, that I'll make,
Okay, go ahead.
like 3 words. Our city, 4 words.
Oh,
The city of Gonzales is not even gonna do a study.
well, I don't
Just-
want to
I
sit here
wanna
and
put
say
it
that
out
we
there.
speak for the
Yeah.
city. Let the city
So
speak for
I think we need-
themselves.
I think we need to be careful to say what the city of Gonzales is going to do. Because I meet with the city manager. The city manager is the one that brought to my attention Greenfield. Greenfield is similar in demographics as Gonzales, and the city manager is in the same position as I as superintendent. It's not something we sought out, but it is definitely something that both of us have to be prepared for. Because whether or not they intend to, they, just like our school board, may not have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, you know, Araceli, I agree with what you say. Yeah, we run that risk. We run that risk. But I still believe, even though it is a little risky, I still believe it's not necessary. I really do. Okay.
The risk,
So-
the risk will be paid by district money. So if we run the risk and we have multiple challenges, like I'm reading right here, I mean, I don't even know what that means. I'm just saying, if it's challenged, the pay is gonna come out of the money that everyone's concerned that should belong to the students. And so if it's gonna cost us less now to do it, to see if it's even necessary, and so we don't get challenged, and where it's gonna cost us more if we're seen in the wrong, I don't want to sit here with regrets, because we had a chance to make the decision to engage in a cost sharing study. We had an opportunity, but because of the money, we shot it down, and then we get challenged, and now we have to fork over more money that's gonna come from the money that we pay for student services, teacher staff, all of that. So if this is not gonna happen, it's almost like we need to be prepared, because we're gonna be asked, you have an opportunity to do that then cheaper, and now we're paying thousands and thousands of dollars because y'all decided not to do it. That's where, for me, we're cost sharing. 13,000 versus 40,000, 50,000 is cheaper to me. And we may not even have to go forward. They may decide, you know what? We don't need to move forward. We found that this redistricting is unnecessary. Okay, good. We did our job. We can put a stamp on that. We can get challenged and we can say, hey, but we did it and they didn't want to. Versus we've done nothing to prove that redistricting is even something that we need to do. So that's where, for me, it's cheaper to do it now than to have to pay a higher price later, because that higher price is going to come from, I go like that because I'm from the district's funds, right? So anyway.
Okay, so we're gonna
The
have, we
study
need
doesn't
to,
preclude you from being challenged. You can still be challenged even after.
Yeah,
you
but
do the
we
study.
did, but we can
Yeah.
prove that we did it.
all right, okay, thank you for this discussion. We do need to move forward on this. So at this time, I'm gonna ask, if we have a motion to move forward with this.
I motion to approve.
Been moved by Ms. Flores. Can I get a second?
Cueva, second.
Moved by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
I favor. Wait, are you
Wait,
gonna
no,
do?
all those in
Can you do
favor?
it in roll
Aye,
call?
and then I'm gonna do a roll call after.
Oh, aye.
Aye, okay. All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so now we're gonna take a roll call. Mr. Cesar Ayon,
Opposed.
so that's no from Mr. Cesar. Celeste Daniels,
Oppose.
opposed. Araceli Flores,
Aye.
in favor. Ms. Maria Cuevas,
In favor?
okay. Mr. Jose Lopez, in favor. So it passes with 3 against 2. Thank you. Moving on to item number 14, consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Trustees in one motion. There is no discussion of these items prior to the board action unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval of all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. So at this time, items on the consent agenda,
That need to be pulled?
anybody pulling anything from here? Nope. Okay, so can I get a motion for this, please?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Ayon, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 15, governing board, 15.1 governing team comments. let's begin with Alice.
Okay, so I forgot to put in my student board report, but on behalf of myself, Jalissa and Anissa, we love the gift bag that you guys gave us. We went to go pick it up last week, I believe. I think most of us haven't had Panera, so we'll definitely try it with the gift card. I believe next meeting, yeah, by the time we have the next meeting, I will be done with high school, I believe, because next week is my last week. Yeah, so. So I just want to say we started this 9 months ago. So for everyone on the board, the community, Cuevas, all the teachers, GTA, thank you guys so much. You guys have really been so welcoming. Coming in, we were pretty blind. So we just want to thank everyone for the guidance. And on that note, I just want to give a shout out to Jalissa and Anissa. I know I'm the one that sits here and shows my face and gives a report, but they're definitely the best support system I could ask for. They help me with everything that I report, all our initiatives. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rayon? Thank you for joining us all this.
Just speak in your mic, please.
Oh.
They can't hear you on that.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us all this interesting year that we just went through. It's almost over. It's not over yet, but so I finished MIG Training 5, which is for the public, the last in the series of training classes for board members. Very eye-opening. I mean, I can't even begin to say about all the stuff that they talk. I definitely look forward to try to, implement some of these or help. I mean, I don't implement anything, but, assist in whatever way I can in trying to implement some best practices, that I know Araceli has brought up some things that, I definitely would like to see, in our district and our board. And yeah, I look forward to engaging with the public, and I definitely look forward to the graduating class. It's almost over. The ones that are like in the cusp of graduating, put in that extra time and get that grade and get that degree. You're gonna appreciate it later for sure. And that's it. Thank you.
So I also attended our number 5 CSBA training. And so like we always say, I know we're on repeat for that one, but we learned so much there speaking to other board members. And Araceli, one of them was the board calendar. That was a topic of discussion there in one of our small groups. So definitely a good time, learned a lot, and want to continue with our education through CSB because they have a wealth of knowledge that they have there. I also, like Superintendent Irving mentioned, I had the honor and privilege of attending the CTE Student of the Year Award ceremony, which was really, really nice seeing the kids honored by their teachers. So I really enjoyed it. I've only been on that committee, I think 2 months now. We've only had 2 meetings. So it was really touching. I got teary-eyed even just hearing these kids and their things and what teachers were saying about these students. And then for our own student and seeing his accomplishments that he had in Mr. June's class. So that was a very big highlight of my week last week. And that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you. Araceli?
I need to revisit make trainings. I think we should require to at least go twice as serving as a board. It's a lot of information and none of it's retained the first time. I just want to give appreciation to the solid debate and discussion that we're allowed to have here. I want to make it very clear that it is not a versus or against situation. I love the dialogue and I love the ability to debate with my colleagues because that's really important in order for us to advocate for whatever issues we feel passionate about. I did go to the Unseen Latinas, and the topic of equity is often something that comes up. And I know that's an important topic for our students because this topic was equity amongst women in policy, and not enough of, especially Latina women, where we are not truly represented when policies are made. And I think it hits home for me in the sense that I am a product of this high school only. I was not raised in Gonzales, but I'm a product of this high school. And when you talk about equity and women of color, we don't have it. And we need to encourage these conversations with our students, and we need to really highlight that. And so this debate that we have, or these discussion, is just an example of equity, because we all have an equal voice on this board. And we all are gonna agree, and we're not gonna agree on some things, but everyone has an equal voice in really advocating what they think is right, or what they feel is right, or what they desire. But I think equity amongst women who create policy, especially Latinas, was a really hot topic in this conversation in the Unseen Latinas webinar, or whatever it was. And I just hope to, while I'm still here, we can engage our students in more of those kind of conversations, because those conversations are not really being, what's the word? Like, oh man, what's the word? Nurtured, you know what I mean? Like, they are not happening. And to say that they are would not be a just statement, because we're not. And so I look forward to engaging in more conversations with the future board members. I want to thank Alize. This girl, she's smart and she's on it. Anissa and Jalissa, these girls are bright, bright girls, and I look forward to seeing what they accomplish. And I'm very proud of them, and and to their parents who support them, thank you. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cuevas?
Yes, thank you, Alize. You guys did amazing. We appreciate you staying the whole time. I know it's difficult, but you stuck it through. So thank you for that, and congratulations on your upcoming graduation. Speaking of, I attended the 8th grade promotion meeting, and everyone involved in the promotion is just on top of everything. I appreciate all the information that they're sharing with us parents who are, all the questions that we have are answered. So they're doing such a great job. Ms. Isaura Garcia, Kathy Rodriguez, Mr. Malagon, they are awesome. So I want to just shout them out. It's greatly appreciated on behalf of the parents. And the reclassification ceremony, Yolanda and crew, you guys did amazing. It looked amazing. You guys really, I walked in and I was like, is my prom? It was really nice. It was a really kind gesture to have a basket for each student, their own little cake. It was a really nice ceremony, and congratulations to the students who reclassified. And what else? I was gonna bring something else up. Well, I'll bring it up next time.
Thank you again for inviting us to be part of that. It was really nice to be there and represent the board. First housekeeping thing is, I don't know if the community knows, but we have an app. So,
They're gonna be finding out more about that.
so, I invite people to,
You with the cat out of the bag.
well, but I mean, they've been asking me about it, so there's that. The second thing I wanted to bring up is, I don't know if many of you know, but we're very lucky with our superintendent, and she's gonna be speaking at the end of this week at a very important conference down in San Diego, CASA. So if just wanted to highlight the efforts of our superintendent to be representing us at a big conference, so thank you for that. Also remind our board members, don't forget to make your one-on-one appointments with the superintendent for your monthly meetings. I encourage you to do that, please. Let's see. And I think that's about it on my part. So thank you. So we're moving on to item 15.2, future agenda items.
Are there any new updates on the AP history?
The AP history is still taught by the same substitute long-term teacher.
Okay.
Yes. And there's no update because the teacher of record is not yet back.
But they will still test, correct? Or-
Yes.
Okay.
Anything, Cesar?
Yeah, the same thing I bring up almost every meeting is I think it's very important to our parents and our students is just to update, like, what's the number, right? What's the number of kids that are, or actually, wait a minute.
We got,
Well, school will be over by then, though.
Yes.
it'll be close to it for
Well-
seniors.
Will it be over for seniors? Well, I guess then we can discuss
Grade close for
the,
seniors.
Numbers.
Which, you're talking about seniors.
yeah, seniors.
So right now, optimistically, we're hoping for 180 out of the 220.
Okay.
But to repeat, that will be dependent on final grades.
Yes. And when do they come out, the final grades?
Final grades are the 8th?
Yeah.
Yes, June 8th.
June 8th.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas.
Oh, okay. So June 8th at what time? Because our board meeting's in the evening. So, what I'm looking for is an update, basically, right? No?
Yeah.
Is that too
so
much?
We can get an email to us.
Yeah, no, well, I just, I think it's very important, to know that number and for our community to know that number. And I know, that there's a lot of
gotten better.
interventions, Saturday Academy,
The learning habits.
learning hubs. Oh, and
Apex.
those numbers could get a lot better. I think optimistically they can, right? And, or even fixing areas like grades, where, teachers,
making
we gotta
sure
make
that
sure to put them in there and.
People are trained for it.
Right? Because the kids want to know, the parents want to know, the community wants to know. And I'm a big believer in our kids. I was working with this boy who had 2 Fs. They're B minuses now. He's not in the list. Like he's not. So they need encouragement. There's still time, and they can make it happen.
And to the credit, I think it's fair to say that the numbers have gotten better. So to credit to everyone involved and making that, because we were at like how many like students at the beginning that were
Yeah, about
at
100.
risk, and now it's 180, and we're hoping that by that time the number will be better. So thank you to everyone involved in that process, teachers, everyone, from the classified who has to open the door, to the teachers, to the front office staff, and to nutrition services. Kudos. Okay,
Thank you.
and to the parents. Okay.
Okay, great. So moving on to any other? 15.3, future meeting dates.
So we've got June 8th and June 11th. And then Sophia has posted the dates for the remainder of the year. She will be sending a doodle for July because we are scheduling a special meeting in July for the board to identify a process for new mission and vision for the board.
Great. Thank you.
Amongst many things, but yes.
And we also, we don't know if it will be a combined meeting or there will be 2 meetings in July. But at that point in time is when Dr. Drake and myself will be doing a board study session on budget.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It is 9:25 p.m. and our meeting is adjourned.
We are adjourning to. closed session.
Oh, wait, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We still
Everybody get.
gonna continue
Thank
our
you,
closed
guys.
session.
Bye.
So thank you so much for our public and look forward to seeing you at our next board meeting.
So Dr. Drake and Dr. W said you can remain just a few minutes. We're so sorry.
It won't take long.
Oh. technology.
Perfect. Great. Are we back on? Okay, we are going to report at a closed session for item 7.2. The board voted to approve the separation agreement between Gonzales Unified School District and employee number 117687. Item number 7.3, the board voted unanimously to approve a settlement with GTA regarding their pending arbitration per matter and fact finding. The settlement closed all pending cases and provided payment to classroom teachers at Gonzales High School. And that's it. Thank you so much. And I'm adjourning our board meeting at, yes, can I get a motion to?
I motion.
It's been moved by Ms.
Second, Flores.
By Ms. Flores. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we are adjourned at 9:40 PM. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
Oh, the scholarship.
Ay, ay, ay.